that he talks about cost of living in Ukraine, but I have hardly heard him or his honourable colleagues speak of those subjects over the past 6 months. They have mostly been talking about personalities. So it is this government which has been getting on with the business of representing the United Kingdom in international fora and have led the way on Ukraine, and when it comes to dealing with the global cost of living crisis, have been doing that too.
Mr. Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, wow, what was that response to this urgent question? Mr. Speaker, is the Minister tired of propping up this Prime Minister and defending the indefensible? Minister, where was your letter? Did it get lost with your backbone?
I'm not answering any questions along those lines, Mr. Speaker.
We'll resign then.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it appears a number of bill committees will be cancelled on issues of utmost importance, from national security to levelling up, as my honourable friend just raised, and tackling fraud, because there are no ministers to attend them. The Minister says the business of House will continue, but it will not. It obviously is not doing. Being in no other workplace, crucial work go undone. Can the Minister explain why his Prime Minister and why his party think this is acceptable?
I'd say to the as I have said before, that when it comes to the legislative business of this House, that is a matter for the Leader of the House of Commons, who holds Cabinet position and who is in place, and who is, within a short period of time, due to give his regularly scheduled weekly question and answer session, and she'll be able to take advantage of that in this House.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has brought his office into disrepute. Our country shouldn't have to put up with it any longer. Will the Prime Minister be number 10 this weekend?
Yeah.
He will need to wait. House.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has brought his office into disrepute. Our country shouldn't have to put up with it any longer. Will the Prime Minister be leaving number 10 this weekend?
Yeah.
He will need to wait for the Prime Minister's statement later today.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Time reports this morning of Downing Street being like a bunker with gallows humour. This is no surprise, really, given the track record of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is now set on staying in post until summer. Now, if this happens, is the Minister concerned about what further damage the Prime Minister will do?
The honourable member will need to wait for the Prime Minister's statement later today. I cannot pre-empt what the Prime Minister's statement will be.
Emma Lowbat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Away from this place, our constituents are waiting for answers from this government. My constituents, Lisa and Mark Rutherford and Caroline Curry, had their precious children taken from them in the Manchester Arena terror attack. Due to archaic legislation, they can't register their deaths. The Justice Department advised an answer on a possible change to this legislation was imminent. Since the government has collapsed, who will give them an answer and when?
I'm very sorry to hear of the appalling bereavement suffered by her constituents, and it's an unimaginable loss. And I would like the honourable member to convey my sympathies and the sympathies of the entire government for that. With regard to her question, the functioning of government continues. The civil service supports ministers in place. Ministers are in place to support the functioning of necessary government. That will continue.
Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I point out to the Minister that we do in fact have functioning government within the United Kingdom. We have a functioning government in Edinburgh and we have a functioning government in the Senedd, in Cardiff. And where government does not function across these islands, in Westminster and in Northern Ireland, they have one thing in common, and it's the dead malign hand of this Tory government. So what possible confidence can the people of these islands, the people who want to stay in this broken union and the millions of us who don't, what confidence can we have in who is coming next? Because they all stood by and watched what this Prime Minister did for 6 months or more.
It is the Westminster government that represents this country, and the union of the United Kingdom will continue apace, despite his opposition to it.
Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister praises the civil service while planning to cut 91,000 of them.
Yeah.
I echo his praise, but they cannot be expected to cover for the lack of ministers, or for that matter, for the British people's lack of confidence in this dysfunctional government. So, will the Minister say, will the missing ministers be replaced? And does he accept that they are all tainted by the Prime Minister's disgrace, and what is needed is a fresh start?
Ministerial appointments are not a matter for me, but the functioning of government will continue apace.
Rachel Master.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 18 minutes' time, I am due to sit on the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill Committee, as set out on the order paper. The Leader of the House won't be before the Parliament at that point. There are no ministers, there is no Secretary of State, and there is a Prime Minister in office but not in government. So can the Paymaster General let me know if that committee is going ahead in now 17 minutes and when it is due to recommence if not?
I'm unable to answer the honourable member's question. The committees of this House will continue in the normal way of business.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority of people who left the government have referred to the Prime Minister's lack of integrity, honour, honesty and competence. They surely can't return to work for such a man, even on a temporary basis. So to get a functioning government, we need a full set of ministers. We need a swift transition. Will he at least convey that message to Number 10 and to his Cabinet colleagues?
It is up to each individual to decide how best to serve in government or not, and the functioning of government can and will continue. There are a multitude of ministers and a plethora of items on agendas which will continue to be dealt with the support, as I've said, of the civil service, having spoken this morning, as I've told the House, to the Cabinet Secretary.
Jim Shannon.
I wasn't here.
No. Right. There we are. Minute. We're really settled down. Right, just let everybody leave who needs to leave. We come to the next urgent question. Yvette Cooper, Shadow Home Secretary.
To ask the Minister to make a statement about the meeting between the Prime Minister and the former KGB agent Alexander Lebedev at the height of the Skripal crisis.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Alexander Lebedev is a well-known former KGB officer and also a former owner of the London Evening Standard newspaper. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told the Liaison Committee, in response to questions from the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull, opposite Hull North, that he had met Mr Lebedev on a very few occasions. I understand that the Prime Minister also confirmed where he had met that he had met Mr Lebedev without officials present, and that he had subsequently reported those meetings to officials as required. I do not have any information about the content of any discussions that may or may not have been held with Mr Lebedev. All government ministers are made fully aware of their responsibilities to safeguard national security sensitive information. It's been the long-standing policy of all governments of all colours not to comment on intelligence or national security sensitive matters, as to do so could jeopardise the very security which it is the first duty of government to protect. In response to the Salisbury attack, the UK expelled 23 Russian intelligence officers and significantly strengthened our defences against Russian interference in the United Kingdom.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've sought this UQ despite the meltdown in the government because it goes to the heart of our national security. Yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted to the Home Affairs and Public Accounts Committee chairs that in April 2018, as Foreign Secretary, he met with the former KGB officer Alexander Lebedev, father of Lord Lebedev, in Italy, without any officials, without any security. He went there straight from a NATO meeting where the top item on the agenda was Russia, at the height of the Salisbury poisoning crisis, after Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia had been attacked, and before Charlie Rowley and Dawn Sturgis had been exposed to the remaining Novichok. This was a chemical weapon attack by Russian agents on British soil that targeted 2 British residents, had life-changing effects for a British police officer, and killed a British citizen. On the 20th of May this year, Alexander Lebedev was sanctioned by the Canadian government, a Five Eyes partner of the UK, for being one of the 14 identified people who have directly enabled Vladimir Putin's senseless war in Ukraine and bear responsibility for the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine. The UK has not yet sanctioned him. The charges against the Prime Minister are not just about lack of integrity, they are about complete disregard for basic national security and the patriotic interests of this country. And those charged not just with the Prime Minister, but with all of those who have enabled him and covered up for him on this issue. So, did the Foreign Office, the Home Office and the Security Service know about this meeting in advance? Was a detailed record made after the event of the meeting? Because there are rumours that the Foreign Secretary was too drunk to properly remember. Is that true? Yeah. There are also rumours that Alexander Lebedev was trying to arrange a phone call from the meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. Is that true? Did that phone call happen? The record of Minister's interest says the Foreign Secretary accepted hospitality in Italy for himself and a guest, but he travelled home alone. Who was that guest, and did that put him in a compromising position? The Prime Minister referred yesterday to several meetings with Alexander Lebedev without officials. When were the others? Were any of them while he was Prime Minister? And the Shadow Security Minister has been asking for confirmation that this meeting happened for months. So why have Home Office Ministers, Cabinet Office Ministers and Foreign Office Ministers all been covering up? It is bad enough covering up for parties and breaking the law, but covering up over national security is a total disgrace. It puts all our safety and security at risk. It's not just the Prime Minister, it is the whole government that is letting the country down.
Staff. I'm not expecting to take everybody. It's going to be short with a lot of other business.
Mr. Speaker, I take issues of our national security extremely seriously, which is why I am at this bench today. Day after day, ministers of this government, especially those in the Foreign Office Ministers, make decisions affecting the safety and security of UK citizens, in the case of the Foreign Office Ministers, especially UK citizens overseas. On the subject of sanctions, the UK has, of course, introduced world-leading sanctions packages since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. That is over 12,000 individuals. I cannot comment on any further sanctions, as we never comment on sanctions in advance. But I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that since February the 24th and today, I, like other Foreign Office Ministers, have carried out my duties in signing off a number of those sanctions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last 48 hours of this hapless government have been quite disgusting to any decent person who's been submitting to the spectacle of it. And the last few years haven't been much cop either. Somebody who is deeply inappropriate for public office, not least the highest office, aided and abetted and enabled by venality and cowardice by people who are now falling over themselves to compete for sanctimony and hypocrisy. His toxic legacy will live after him. Now, we don't celebrate on these benches the departure of the Prime Minister. Like getting rid of a headache, we're just glad it's going. But his toxic legacy will live after him, and we'll all need to deal with the consequences of this disastrous administration. His toxic legacy on inflicting his disastrous Brexit on us all, asleep at the wheel over climate change and allowing a cost of living crisis to accumulate, which all of our citizens are dealing with, inaction on climate change, breaking international law over Northern Ireland. We will all of us be dealing with this thereafter, and this revelation And I'm glad to hear the Minister takes national security seriously, and I don't doubt it.
Order. First of all, it's meant to be relevant to actually what we're debating. I've had nothing yet, and you've just lost you've used your full minute. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to actually put a question.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking this stuff really seriously, and I am disgusted.
The rest of us are.
I'm trying to chime with the mood of the House rather than the government. The Minister takes national security seriously, but it's quite obvious from the Prime Minister's admission yesterday that he has serious questions to answer about it. So I appreciate the Minister's perhaps not in a position to make a proper answer, but will she at least allow the prospect of a police investigation into the Prime Minister and his influence over the influence that Russian individuals have over him, because his toxic legacy over national security cannot be something he can evade responsibility for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would say that, and then I'll follow up as well to the answer from the Honourable Lady opposite. The Prime Minister did commit yesterday that he would follow up with the Honourable Member's question at the Liaison Committee. He did commit to that. I have asked about whether or not there is more detailed information about the discussions, but I do not have any information about the content of those discussions at this time. Thank you.
Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister inadvertently misled us earlier, because the Prime Minister yesterday, I was at the Liaison Committee, did not say what she said. He did not say, to the best of my memory anyway, that he had notified other officials. If he had notified other officials, surely, as the Minister would understand, that meeting would have appeared on the list on the transparency records of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office for April 2018, and it is not there. So either she has misled us inadvertently today, or the Prime Minister did so perhaps more deliberately previously.
Mr. Speaker, I was obviously not at the Liaison Committee yesterday. I was, as you may know, giving the ministerial statement in order to fast-track the ratification of Finland and Sweden to joining NATO, another measure that is absolutely crucial to the safety and security here, and then later on in the Chamber ensuring that we pass the funding. In terms of the question, therefore, I can repeat again what I said in my opening words. It is my understanding that the Prime Minister confirmed that where he had met that he had met Mr. Lebedev without officials present, and that he subsequently reported those meetings to officials. That is my understanding, and that is what I have been told. If that is not accurate reflection, then I do apologise, but this is not me misleading. That was what I was told. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to intelligence reports that I have seen, according to intelligence reports I have seen, a serving FSB officer reported in 2017, and I quote, Alexander Lebedev is considered by the FSB to be an important asset. More recently, he has significantly expanded his businesses in occupied Crimea, pleaded with the Kremlin for economic help for occupied Crimea, and was revealed as the indirect owner of a company called Energomash, which supplies the Russian nuclear program. How is it possible for the Prime Minister to stay in office if he is conspiring with an agent of the Russian state?
Thank you very much. As the member opposite knows, I cannot comment about any potential future sanctions that may be introduced, because we never do that in advance. So I cannot give any more comment on the particular individual that is discussing. In terms of following up, because I know that the honourable previous member asked me to be more clear about what the Prime Minister said at the Liaison Committee, I have just been passed a note that apparently the Prime Minister says that he thinks he mentioned this meeting to officials. That is, I'm reporting what I have been told. Thank you.
I have to say to the Minister, it's deeply unsatisfactory that she comes to the House so ill-prepared, because this matter has been doggedly pursued by the Honourable Member for Halifax for many, many months. Can I just say to the Minister, does she agree with me that in light of the admissions that were made at the Liaison Committee yesterday,
It would be wholly inappropriate for the Prime Minister, if he is about to resign, to try and stay as a caretaker Prime Minister in light of these very serious allegations that reflect on his ability to keep this country safe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is expected to make a statement shortly to the people of this country, and I obviously cannot comment on that in advance. I do hear what she says.
Just for my clarification, the Minister previously said we will be getting something in this House. Are we now saying it's to the people, not to this House?
I understand that he's intending to make a press statement that would be to the people of this country.
So not this House, I take it. That is totally not satisfactory. Alistair Cameron.
Satisfactory, Mr. Speaker, if I may. I admire your magnificent understatement there. Surely this admission, though, illustrates why this man cannot remain as Prime Minister even as a caretaker. He is simply not to be trusted. I've seen 4 other Prime Ministers stand at that dispatch box in my time in this House, and I cannot imagine any one of them becoming involved in an enterprise such as this. The relationship with Russia goes right through this government. We were told 4 months ago that we would get the report into the golden visa schemes. We still haven't got it today. When will we see that report published? Why has it been delayed?
The visa scheme has ceased.
Directory.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is truly horrifying what we've heard, and deeply disturbing and worrying that the Prime Minister, then as the Foreign Secretary, met with an agent of Russia. Can I ask the Minister, because I've not actually heard this, would she actually condemn that meeting?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I just need to repeat again that all government ministers are made fully aware of their responsibilities to safeguard national security sensitive information, as I am and as others are. And I cannot comment any further because I do not have any further details of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister really can't come to this House so unprepared that she can't give us any answers when the Prime Minister has now belatedly admitted that he met an agent of the Russian state whilst Foreign Secretary without any security or anyone else to listen to what he had to say to Putin's henchmen. She has now got to come to this House properly prepared and tell us why this disgraced Prime Minister has any right to stay in office a second longer, given that he is now a threat, a direct threat to our national security.
As I said earlier, I take this national security and the security of our citizens extremely seriously, which is why it is absolutely vital that the government continues to have Foreign Office ministers in place. I have inquired as to whether or not there are further details of the meetings, and these alleged meetings, and I do not have any further details at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, given that the then Foreign Secretary went from the NATO meeting to these meetings, did he have any government papers with him in his possession at the time? And secondly, we know that the Prime Minister has been very careless in the past with his mobile phone number being available in public, I think for 15 years. Did he have his personal electronic devices with him at the time? And if he did, were they searched and examined by the security services after that meeting?
Mr. Speaker, as I have said again, I do not have any further details at this time. I have asked to see if there are further details, but I do not have the details at this time. The Prime Minister, however, has announced that he is stepping down and will be making a statement shortly. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Why did it take until yesterday for the Prime Minister to admit that he'd met a KGB agent in secret? Will there be a published report on this matter?
Mr. Speaker, he was questioned yesterday and he answered the question yesterday. Today is today. Thank you.
Alex Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, the Prime Minister often goes into meetings, has conversations, and then has a lapse of memory. He had a lapse of memory after the meeting with Alexander Lebedev. Has he now recalled and informed the Minister of the conversation, that meeting? Because it's not just a national security matter, but Alexander Lebedev owns businesses in illegally occupied Crimea, which is Ukrainian, not Russian territory. So it's a matter not just for us, but also for the country of Ukraine.
Mr. Speaker, at the time, let us remember that at the time we had this devastating attack against a civilian on UK soil involving chemical weapons. That led to a massive effort by the Foreign Office to coordinate the expulsion of Russian diplomats from embassies all across the world. At this current time, the UK is also working with our allies across the world to counter Russian disinformation and to help remind the people across the world about the brutal and illegal invasion of Russia against Ukraine. In terms of the information that he requests, I do not have any further information at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I hope that in answer to my question and those of my colleagues, where the Minister has said she doesn't have the information at this time, I do hope we will get answers in writing in due course. But my question is, what reassurance can the Minister give us that the Prime Minister has had no meetings with any other KGB agents or other people who pose a threat to our national security?
In terms of writing, I understand that at the Liaison Committee yesterday, the Prime Minister committed to follow up in writing with the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee. So there is a commitment to put information in writing, and that is important. I cannot comment on any other further meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the Foreign Minister understands quite how serious this issue is, not only about our own national security, but at this time where Ukraine is defending its own right to its own land, it is completely undermining President Zelensky. So what analysis has her office undertaken to understand the impact of the Prime Minister's secret meetings?
So can I just say that that Russia is a top national security priority for this government. We have made huge strides to counter the threat by the Russian state. The National Security Council agreed the Russia strategy back in 2017. The government has published a full and comprehensive response to the ISC report back in January 2020, implementing a majority of the committee's recommendations. We have closed the Tier 1 visa route, a visa route which indeed was introduced, I believe, by the party opposite. We continue to call out Russian malign activities where they occur across the globe. Thank you.
Alison Toombs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Open Democracy has reported that the Conservative Party has received £62,000 in donations from Russian-linked donors since the current escalation of the conflict in Ukraine began, including a further £50,000 from Lyubov Chernukin, who is married to Putin's former Deputy Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that money buys influence. What analysis has she done of the influence that buys and where it goes in national security implications?
Mr. Speaker, transparency of information about political donations is really important. Only individuals on the UK electoral roll or UK registered companies are allowed to make political donations. It is an offence for political parties and other campaigners to receive donations from impermissible sources, and that includes donations from foreign nationals living abroad. That is the law, and that is the law that all parties, including the Conservative Party, need to uphold.
Ian Mance.
Well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given the revelations of the last 24 hours and the suspicions which have existed for quite a number of months, if not years, why would any of our allies now share any sensitive information with us while the current Prime Minister remains in office?
Because the UK has been leading the international efforts to stand up for Ukraine against Russian aggression. That is why allies across the world have been working with the UK, because we have been helping to lead the efforts to stand up for the people of Ukraine in the attack against their sovereignty, their democracy and their freedom.
Oh, Jim Shell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That the meeting with Alexander Lebedev took place is not the issue in question. There has been much controversy surrounding the meeting. Many feel that there's a lack of detail of what took place. Can I very respectfully say to the Minister who I have fondness for, will a full disclosure of all that has been discussed be made available with Alexander Lebedev? Will the threat to national security, given Lebedev's close links with the KGB and the Kremlin, be disclosed at the same time as well? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot disclose any further information at this time. I understand members want further information. He will also recognise that we would not disclose any information that might further put our own security of our citizens at risk, and that is extremely important about why we do not disclose information from time to time if it was to put people at risk. However, in answer to the questions that were asked by the Honourable Member, the Chair of the Select Committee yesterday, the Prime Minister did commit to write to her. She has that commitment from him. He has, of course, said since then that he will be stepping down and is expected to give further information on that. Thank you.
Right. Just before we start business questions, I'd like to refer to the exchange between the Leader and myself last week about the Youth Parliament, that we will have to lay for the Youth Parliament, but I would like to point out that the letter from me had not arrived to the Leader's office in time before business questions. I want to clarify that he was absolutely correct on that, but I do accept that the Leader will now take it forward with great heart and I'm sure with great speed. Right, let us start with business questions. Can I come to the Shadow Leader of the House, Thangham Debada?
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Leader if he will give us the forthcoming business.
Good luck, Leader.
Speaker, it will be a pleasure. The business for the House commencing the 11th of July will include Monday the 11th of July, consideration of a business of the House motion, followed by all stages of the Energy, Oil and Gas Profits Levy Bill, followed by a debate on motions relating to the liability of trade unions and proceedings in tort, increase of limits on damages, Order 2022, and the Draft Conduct of Employment Agencies and Employment Businesses Amendment Regulations 2022. Tuesday, the 12th of July, remaining stages of the Online Safety Bill, Day 1, followed by debate on a motion on restoration and renewal of the Palace of Westminster. On Wednesday, the 13th of July, will be consideration in committee of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, Day 1. Thursday, the 14th of July, a debate on a motion on Srebrenica, followed by a general debate on protecting and restoring nature at COP15 and beyond. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. On Friday, the 15th of July, private members' bills. The provisional business for the week commencing the 18th of July includes Monday, the 18th of July, consideration in committee of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, Day 2. Tuesday, the 19th of July, a conclusion of consideration in committee of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, Day 3. Wednesday, the 20th of July, conclusion of remaining stages of the Online Safety Bill. And on Thursday, the 20th of July, business to be determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday, the 21st of July, and return on Monday, the 5th of September.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business, although his government is clearly not in any position to deliver it. The Prime Minister is resigning. We're hearing on Twitter there may be cabinet appointments happening, but we've had bills cancelled this morning. There is no doubt, as we have been saying for months, that this government is simply unable to govern. Inflation reaches the highest for 40 years. 59 members of the government, when I last printed out a copy, I think we're up to now, have resigned, and economic growth grinding to the halt. The hours in post Chancellor spending his first day on the job asking his boss to quit, not planning for how we're going to deal with the cost of living crisis. Now, as backlog Britain bulges, his Attorney General has been on television announcing her leadership bid. This is far beyond merely a distraction. This is a Tory government paralysed by sleaze and scandal, and with a shameful act of desperation, a Prime Minister dragging the country down with him as he goes, but I'm afraid to say his party has propped him up to do it. Yeah. Even if the Prime Minister is now Prime Minister in name only, and frankly that situation does need to change, there appears to be no one left to drive the work of government forward in Whitehall. Now, the Leader of the House has constantly been telling me that his government is getting on with the job. They're clearly not. We were told that appointments would be made last night. We're still waiting for ministerial posts in the Treasury, schools, there's no one there, justice, environment, employment, housing, levelling up, the flagship levelling up policy. Levelled to where I understand there's only one minister left standing. When will these ministers be replaced? What qualification do you now need to be a minister under this government? Who knows? Who knows? Not just unable to carry out their basic functions in Whitehall, the business of this House can't proceed. And the Right Honourable Gentleman may know that the Paymaster General referred questions about Council Bill committees to him. So I will ask him, what is happening to today's Levelling Up Bill committee that should have been going now for, I think, 12 minutes? I asked the Leader of the House, when will that be rescheduled? The Northern Ireland Cabinet Secretary resigned just a few hours ago. Where does that leave the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill? What is the plan for all of this? He's announced the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill for the 13th, 18th and 19th of July. Now, considering the seriousness of this legislation and the impact it has on our country's reputation, and the fact that this Prime Minister is now a caretaker only, what mandate does this government have to proceed? If it's not primary legislation, it's secondary. During the passage of the Building Safety Bill, the Minister admitted there were unresolved issues that needed statutory instruments passing to protect leaseholders. Is there anyone who can sign these SIs? Mr Speaker, in excruciating liaison committee appearance yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted that he'd met the former KGB agent with links to Putin without officials present in Italy when he was the Foreign Secretary. Now, I'm glad that my right honourable friend was able to ask questions, with your permission this morning, Mr Speaker, but not a single one was answered. Yep. Now, this is on security, Mr Speaker. If my right honourable friend is not able to get answers to questions, there was a context of a chemical weapons attack on British soil in which British people died, how is this a government that is functioning? And I ask the Leader of the House, with the greatest respect, can he tell us, how does any of this look like a functioning government? Yeah. Now, week after week, the Leader has failed to answer my very specific questions on the appointment of a new ethics advisor. Now, given the new revelations, just the new ones regarding Lebedev, surely the Leader of the House could agree with me today and hopefully answer my question today that a new ethics advisor is needed. Could he tell us when will this vacancy be filled, and can he guarantee that investigations ongoing prior to Lord Geit's resignation will be completed? Because, Mr Speaker, the first duty of any government, as we all know, is to keep its people safe. When the Security Minister resigns on the morning, we cannot allow this to drift into evening, let alone the weekend, and for this Conservative Party to continue to put national security at risk. Every single Tory MP, every single one, should take a long, hard look in the mirror, ask themselves how we got here, with a government that's collapsed before our eyes, putting the British people through an excruciating and dangerous act of desperation, with a caretaker Prime Minister, as my honourable friend has said, is even more dangerous as a caretaker than an actual Prime Minister. I may disagree with the Leader of the House politically, but I have huge respect for his office and for that of the Prime Minister. But, Mr Speaker, they propped up. Yep. They were complicit. Yep. They have seen 12 years of stagnation, declining public services and empty promises. We need a fresh start with the Labour government.
Yeah. Leader. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I think that there's a very clear difference between the two sides of this dispatch box. Now is the moment for calmness and for professionalism, not for ranting and not for overexcitement. Can I start, Mr Speaker, by saying the Honourable Lady mentioned national security. I think before we proceed, we should just recognise that it is the 15th anniversary of the 7/7 bombings. The Home Secretary is the minister responsible for national security. She is in office. She is still the Home Secretary. She is in control of our national security, and there is no issue over our national security at any level at this moment in time. She mentioned the business. I presented the business of the House here this morning. That business will be delivered. That programme for the next 2 weeks. There are ministers in place to deliver that. And I would just gently say to her, she said, how are we going to proceed with the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill? Well, actually, we've concluded the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill in this House, if she paid attention. That bill is now concluded. I would say she's very concerned about legislation. There were only 4 members of the opposition in this House to debate that motion. That's how seriously they take the troubles in Northern Ireland. There were 0 Liberal Democrats. Only 4 of them could be bothered to turn up to debate that. She mentioned Salisbury and the issue over the chemical weapons. She supported a leader of the opposition who wanted to send the evidence back to Russia for them to consider. Just pause for a moment and think about who she supported at that moment in time. And I think we've got. It's all right heckling and saying we've got nothing to say. We're getting on with the business of government in a calm way. There are some bill committees that will not run today, but they'll be back up and running very soon. And she finally finished with Lord Geit. And I declare my interest, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of that, in that I'm assured that there are processes in place and those matters will continue to be reviewed and the results of those will come forward very soon.
Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the House continues to have confidence in the Prime Minister, my question requires a simple answer. Does the Leader of the House agree with the Prime Minister that if a complaint is raised against a Member of Parliament that is so grave that it triggers an investigation, that that Member of Parliament or Minister should not be promoted or continue on the front bench? So my question to the Leader of the House is simple. Does he agree with the Prime Minister?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how that question is relevant to the business of the House in any way, shape or form, but if the Honourable Lady wanted to apply for an adjournment debate on any matter, she'd be welcome to.
Can I just say, those who were late, please don't embarrass me by standing. Can we now come to the SNP spokesperson? We're all waiting for Pete Wishart.
And we will certainly can, Mr. Speaker, and thank you ever so much. And he's away, and hasn't the Leader of the House been curiously quiet over the course of the past 24 hours? One of the few Johnson loyalists that was left standing last night, I thought we might have found him chained to the radiator with his beloved Prime Minister in the bunker this morning. But can I reassure him, he's a rank outsider to follow his Prime Minister. I think he's something like 80 to 1 just now to take over for the Prime Minister, but I think that's even a long shot even for him. But what a mess they have made of this. This is a Prime Minister who can't even leave the scene without almost burning the house down. He's the first Prime Minister in history who, when receiving that tap on the shoulder from the men in grey suits, told them to go and get stuffed. Surely there is no way on earth that he can remain in a position as any sort of caretaker, particularly with all the big issues that we have to consider and address as we go through the summer period. He's more an undertaker than a caretaker. And what a joke, can I say to the Leader of the House, of a business statement this is, with a government at half capacity. There's barely enough ministers to respond to debates and to answer the questions, and business has been cancelled for the rest of the day. What happens to all these vacant positions? Will they all now return to the post? Does the Levelling Up Secretary now get his job back? And, Mr. Speaker, we need to debate this Prime Minister's legacy, because he will go down in history as one of the worst Prime Ministers in history at one of the worst possible times. In just 3 years, he's managed to decimate our international reputation, our economy and our democracy. He will be the 4th Prime Minister in 6 years. Maybe the problem isn't quite with whoever leads the shower over there. And people ask us, why do we want independence for Scotland? Well, I'm not asking that this morning. Independence would mean we would never get another Prime Minister who we never voted like him ever again. And isn't it funny, the man that's trashed so much of the democracy in the UK, one of his last acts was to write to our First Minister to try and deny democracy to our nation. He's now gone, Scotland will soon be gone too.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, there was not much in there that was relevant to the business of the House, but we will make the Prime Minister's statement this afternoon. I can, the honourable gentleman, that vacant positions will be refilled as the reshuffle progresses today and tomorrow, and the government will continue to function in a professional way and deliver for the people of the United Kingdom.
Andrew Selous.
Mr. Speaker, can we have an urgent debate in government time, because I've already had a debate in Westminster Hall, on increasing general practice capacity where we have huge increases in population? The leader, I think, has similar issues that I have in my constituency. They exist all over the country, and I think it would show to our constituents that, notwithstanding what has gone on over the last few days, the government gets this, they take the issue seriously, and that serious work will go on this issue over the next few weeks and months.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend who's done a lot of work on this matter, and pay tribute to his leadership on this. He'll be aware that we are investing £1.5 billion to create an extra 50 million GP appointments by 2024. We want people to feel confident that when they have a problem, they can see a GP face to face, but I think it is something which is worthy of further debate, and I know that my honourable friend will continue to press. I would encourage him to seek a debate in this House.
Yeah. Ian Mearns, Chair of the Backbench Committee.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business and the Backbench Business Committee debates for the 14th of July. And can I also give the House notice that on the 21st of July, which has been allocated to the committee, that it would be our proposal in the first half of the day to have a debate on United Kingdom sanctions for human rights abuses and corruption. And Mr. Speaker, for quite a few years, the final Thursday before the summer, which when has been allocated, matters to be raised before the forthcoming summer adjournment. And the committee has agreed that it would be a fitting tribute to name this debate after Sir David Amess, who was truly taken from us last October. So our proposal is that this tribute would see the debate renamed the Sir David Amess Summer Adjournment Debate. Sir David was renowned amongst our colleagues for his regular appearances at our committee and his impressive contributions to pre-recess adjournment debates. So, Mr. Speaker, the Backbench Business Committee would like to honour his memory by naming the debate after him. I've raised this matter briefly in the House after Sir David's loss and had the support of the then Leader of the House. And, Mr. Speaker, I've written to the Chair of the Procedure Committee, to yourself and to the Leader to this effect.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman and to his committee for the work that they do. Thank him for announcing the debate that he mentioned, and also from the dispatch box offer my full support to his recommendation to call the debate the David Amess debate. I'd be delighted. I hope I have the opportunity to respond to him in that and other members in that debate, and I think it's a very fitting tribute that he's introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this may seem very mundane, given the drama that's happening around us, but it's very important to my constituents. We've got several fantastic sustainable businesses, and I recently met with Kit Change, who make leggings and sporting tops out of plastic bottles that have been recycled, and Third Rock, who make sustainable activewear for climbing out of old carpets and discarded fishing nets, which is really important. But in my discussions with them, we've talked about the challenges and opportunities they face, in particular in relation to financing their small businesses. Please could we have a debate in this House about financing for small business who focus on sustainability and ethical sourcing of products?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I would say it's not a trivial matter. I think the businesses up and down this country are the backbone of our economy. The government provides extensive business support for small and medium-sized enterprises, including sustainable businesses. The British Business Bank programmes are supporting over 1.77 million smaller businesses with £89 billion worth of finance. And I know she'll have the opportunity at Bay's questions next week if she wanted to highlight the fantastic recyclable business that she has in her constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the comments made a few minutes ago about David Amess, my former neighbour, David Amess? One of the many consequences of rising energy prices is that hundreds of swimming pools in this country face closure in the next few months. This was raised this morning on questions, but it's not technically really a question for the Culture, Media and Sport Department. It's more Treasury and Energy. Now, if we have got any ministers left, by the way, in the department, with all the implications for future generations.
Leader.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. It is a very important one. I have swimming pools in my own constituency that are struggling with the rising cost of global energy. It's something that the government understands and takes very seriously. That's why we've poured billions of pounds in of support. I hope the local authorities can find it in their within their means to help and support those swimming pools that are under pressure, but there may be the opportunity at Bayes questions under the energy portfolio to raise that next week at Bayes questions.
Mr. Speaker, the 7th of July remains a very painful day for many Londoners. It's 17 years since 52 of them were murdered in London. 5 of those victims were actually people who had direct connections with Hendon, and include one of them, Anthony Fattier Williams, walked past me just 2 hours before his death. But, Mr. Speaker, my constituent 9-year-old Precious has a neurodegenerative disease resulting in complex health conditions, including scoliosis. Her medical team have advised that she needs an operation to insert maggot rods into her spine to correct this. The use of these rods was suspended in 2020 due to safety concerns. However, their use has now been cleared for procedures in places including the United States and other countries, as a modified version has been implemented. Precious's family and the spinal team at Great Ormond Street have been waiting for over 6 months for the MHRA's approval. Can we have a minister come to the dispatch box and update us on the progress of approving this desperately needed technology for my constituent?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman and join him in paying tribute to the victims of the 7/7. I think I may have inadvertently said the 15th anniversary. It is right, it is the 17th anniversary. Precious, I'm sure that the whole House wishes to Precious, and I can assure the honourable gentleman that the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency are taking this matter very seriously. I understand he has written to the MHRA's Chief Executive, and they will be providing a full written response in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to myself with this Leader of the House remarks on the 17th anniversary of the 7/7 bombings and remembering the 52 victims who died, and just a reminder that London will never be cowed by terrorism. At a time when we need stability across the government, we are seeing that the Minister for Policing has been appointed in another role. The fact that the Met Police, along with 6 other police forces, are in special measures does not give constituents in Vauxhall the confidence that this will. Can the Leader of the House please outline when we will get a reappointment in that important post?
For a question and for a comments about 7/7 and recognise the cross-party support on matters of security. I can assure her that a reshuffle is taking place. It's my understanding that that's a very important role and will be filled very soon. And I'm sure then she'll be able to question the new minister in due course.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Of course, as we commemorate the terrorist attacks on London, people should remember that the day before was a day of great joy, when London had been awarded the Olympics, and it was then tinged with sadness because of the terrorist atrocities that took place the following day. Over the course of the pandemic, the Department for Transport have continued to bail out Transport for London to cover the cost of the loss of income on fares. However, the Department have refused, quite rightly, to cover the cost of the Mayor of London not doing what he should have done in dealing with TfL's finances. Now, the current deal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, runs out, I believe, next weekend. We desperately need an announcement from the Department of Transport for what's going to happen after next weekend in terms of financing for London Transport, because we cannot have a position continuing where the Mayor of London refuses to take the action that is required to reduce costs.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and recognise that the challenge that Londoners will face if that transport system does not operate. He's right to draw attention to the amount of support that the government has offered, and he's also right to hold the Mayor of London to account. I will pass on his comments directly to the Secretary of State, but I hope that the London Mayor will take firm action, get a grip of transport for London, and not rely upon the cash from the government that he's requesting.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All of the events of today sort of started with the Prime Minister throwing the kitchen sink at trying to preserve Owen Paterson in post, which of course the Leader of the House was instrumental in as well. The Standards Committee has produced a new Code of Conduct. It's ready to go. We've published it. We've also published a new procedural protocol, which would put in place, although there has been a sort of form of appeal in the past, a formal appeal through the independent expert panel, which is chaired by High Court Judge Sir Stephen Irwin. We can't use that, including for new cases, unless the government tables the motions, and I had hoped that we'd be doing that before the summer recess. I would urge him to think again about the last week and whether there's a means of us doing it before the summer recess, because otherwise there's a real danger that we'll be in legal jeopardy because we won't know how to deal with an individual case that might come along, which might be just as serious as that of Owen Paterson.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for the work that he's done and for the work of the committee. We had the final reports, I think, late last week, which the government is now considering. I know he's very keen to move forward, as is the government. I don't think it will be possible to have that debate before the summer recess, but what I'm happy to do is sit down with him at some point over the next week or to try and arrange a time which we can plan a way forward.
Daniel Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This year alone, my right honourable friend will know that we're spending nearly £190 billion of taxpayers' money on the NHS. Spending on the health service is increasing every year as a percentage of overall government spending. We're very proud in Shropshire, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ludlow, and I secured £312 million for major modernisation of our local A&E services. A penny of that money has been spent 4 years after we have secured it. Can we have a debate in government time about the quality, efficacy of various levels of NHS management? Because certainly in my trust, I am starting to lose confidence in them.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and pay tribute to the work that he does holding local health authorities to account in Shropshire. He'll be aware that the government has introduced a £39 billion package through the Health and Social Care levy. That is a huge investment in our health services, but he is right to highlight that also has to go hand in hand with reform and restructure to make sure that that taxpayers' money is invested properly and is spent efficiently.
Barry Sherman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Leader of the House if he will, of course he knows more about what's been going on in Number 10 and in the government than anyone else, but will he take seriously the fact this is a national crisis and a national emergency, and perhaps pro tem, just for the next 2 weeks and through the recess, there should be some serious cooperation between the opposition and the government front benches in order to serve the national purpose. And would he also, and I don't know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how we do this, when dear David was killed, I had the assurance that their families would be well looked after. Evidence comes to me that isn't the case. Could we have a process of finding out how we look after the families of victims killed when they're doing their job as parliamentarians? Because what I've heard recently is not very, reflects very poorly on this House.
The House.
Well, I thank him for his happy to away from the district if he wants to raise that with me privately and send me the information that he's in possession of. I think clearly there is a responsibility for us to look after families of those people who sadly were murdered brutally. I think it's worth just reaffirming that there are support mechanisms out there for security, and I know through the Speaker's office and through the security services within the House of Commons, if any members are concerned about their own security or that of their family, there is support out there.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the Treasury Select Committee on the 6th of June, the now former Chancellor promised action in weeks on what he called the extraordinary profits of electricity generators, sparking significant uncertainty in renewables investment in Scotland. There is nothing in the business statement presented today which deals with this proposal. So before recess, can the Leader of the House restore confidence and help Scotland's net zero ambitions by confirming that the current government will have plans?
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. Of course, we have announced the gas levy bill, which is coming to the House very soon, so she'll have the opportunity in that debate to question the Minister at the dispatch box. But I think we can afford a little time for the new Chancellor of the Exchequer to find his feet and to come to the House, and I'm sure she'll have the opportunity to question him when he does.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I shouldn't actually be here at the moment. I should be in the Bill Committee of the Genetic Technology Precision Breeding Bill. Unfortunately, we lost the Minister yesterday. We have a new Minister who is even now swatting up ferociously for this afternoon session, but it's an incredibly technical bill, and it's not a very well drafted bill. It's very flawed. Does the Leader of the House really think that that Minister, no disrespect to her, but she's going to be in a position to take us through the remaining stages of committee by this afternoon?
So I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. The Bill Committee will meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I can assure her that the Minister of State in that department is very informed on this matter, is right across the detail of that, and I'm sure the Bill Committee will proceed with great speed at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Ian Paisley.
Very much, Speaker. I welcome the fact that the business leader has not listed any business on the Northern Ireland Protocol for the 12th of July, given that there will be celebrations about the Glorious Revolution taking place on that day. And a number of Northern Ireland members would not be available, but I do welcome the fact that he has listed for 3 days, 13th, 18th and 19th. Can I confirm that as personalities are changing at the top, that the policy on this matter, the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, will not change, and it is the Government's intention to complete this business by the end of this particular session? And could I recommend to him the evidence that the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee received from the renowned international law expert Professor Alan Boyle of Edinburgh Law School, where he confirmed that all of his advice to the Government is that the Protocol Bill does not breach international law?
Well, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the bill will continue on the dates that have been announced. He'll be aware it is a Foreign Office bill, and the Foreign Secretary remains very much in her place, and I hope he'll be in his place to scrutinise the bill as it progresses.
Marshall Kutova.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments made earlier by the Leader of the House and many other members across this House on the 17th anniversary of the 7/7 terror attacks? Mr Deputy Speaker, for the good of this country, we need a functioning government, and at this precise moment we do not have one. There are many government departments that is without ministers. And now I have met with many ministers over the past months, and also have written correspondence to them on very important matters that matter to the people of Battersea. So can the Leader of the House give me some assurance that I will get responses at the earliest opportunity and in a timely way, please?
Well, I can offer the honourable lady that assurance. There are ministers being appointed as we speak. Those vacancies will be filled, and she will get a timely response, and her constituents will receive the service that they deserve.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In Bath we have soaring ambulance waiting times, NHS dentists and GPs in crisis, and a cost of living emergency bringing misery to scores of my constituents. There is no functioning government left. How is it possible that the Prime Minister can continue in office even as a caretaker amidst the chaos that he has created himself? Will he bring forward a debate and vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister?
Well, it's good to see the honourable lady back in her for business questions. I know she's missed a couple now. I can assure her that there is a functioning government. The government, there are a few vacancies that are currently being filled. They'll be filled very soon, and level of service will continue at the high level it has for some time.
Jake Twigg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Can I say to the Leader of the House, in view of the Secretary of State for Defence's comments to the Defence-led committee this week on the ongoing situation in Ukraine, can we have an urgent debate in government time to examine the need to increase defence spending and defence personnel?
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware of the commitment we've made for extra cash for Ukraine and for the security the security situation. I hope he would recognise that warfare is changing and that the requirements of the MOD have changed over the last few decades, and that's why the MOD are reviewing what their requirements are. We have a Secretary of State currently who's very much across his brief and is very much in place and will remain so for the near future.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before the chaos the last 24 hours, I had been promised a meeting with the former Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities and Local Government over the issues affecting my constituents in Cardiff South and Penarth relating to fire and building safety defects and the lack of cooperation there's been with the Welsh Government about commitments from developers that were done on an England-only basis rather than a UK-wide basis to remedy those defects. Would he be able to assist in getting me a meeting with whoever is newly appointed to that role? These are really serious issues affecting thousands of people.
Well, I don't know if the honourable gentleman is aware, but the member for Tunbridge Wells has been appointed to that Secretary of State role. I shall pass on his comments directly to him and make sure that we can arrange a meeting for him with the department as soon as possible.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Prime Minister is permitted to remain in post until October following a leadership election, this means that the governance of the UK will be in a state of paralysis until that time, with over 25 ministerial vacancies and important bill committees cancelled across the House today. Indeed, it seems that the Prime Minister is still only supported by political giants such as the Honourable Lady from Mid-Bedfordshire and the Honourable Gentleman for Dumfries and Galloway. No wonder the people of Scotland are deciding in increasing numbers that they are better off taking their future into their own hands. But will the Leader of the House make a statement setting out the importance of a Prime Minister who has lost the support of his own MPs and is now unable to govern to resign immediately so that an interim Prime Minister can be appointed?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I understand the Prime Minister is going to make a statement later, and we await that statement with anticipation to see what is said. But I can assure her that government will continue to work away. She says that a number of committees have been cancelled. Actually, some of them have just been rearranged and will continue in the usual way.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also want to associate myself with the remarks about 7-7. Hounslow Council lost a wonderful social worker, Ajaro Ikiagwu, on that day. One of the key tasks of government are the basic functions that currently seem to be collapsing. For example, and just examples, the issuing of visas and passports. And members are not getting answers. So can the Leader of the House explain how the basic parliamentary tools of scrutiny will be addressed, such as answers getting written answers to questions, whether oral or written, where there are either no ministers or these ministers are so new they're going to take time to get their feet under the table?
Well, the Honourable Lady will be aware that the ministers, where there is a vacancy, those ministers will be appointed very soon, that the function of those departments will be up and running very quickly. And I can assure her that there are many talented people on the benches behind me that will be able to take up those roles. Well, they're probably all waiting by their phones, but I can assure her that once they're in place, they'll be ready to give her the level of service that she requires.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, after the wholly unsatisfactory response from the Minister this morning to the urgent question from the Shadow Home Secretary about the meeting with former KGB officer Alexander Lebedev on the 28th of April 2018 with the then Foreign Secretary, now Prime Minister, could the Leader please arrange for a fully briefed Minister to attend this House on Monday to give a statement to set out the facts of what happened and who was told, particularly in light of what appears to be a clear breach of the ministerial code and potentially a criminal offence being committed?
Into the House.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. As she made reference to, there was an urgent question this morning. There are matters of national security that are pertinent to this, and not all of those matters of national security can be vocalised from the dispatch box due to their sensitivity, but I will make sure I pass on her comments to the relevant department, and I'm sure they'll respond in due course.
Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to recently learn that Davenport Station in my constituency is to be finally awarded access for all funding to make accessibility improvements. However, Stockport Station, which had almost 4.5 million passengers per annum pre-pandemic, still requires significant capital investment to ensure it is safe and accessible for all. It is the 5th busiest station in Greater Manchester, but unfortunately we have leaky roofs, which often cause platforms to be unsafe, and lifts are out of use. If there are any ministers left in the Department for Transport, will the Leader of the House allocate government time for a debate on train stations across Greater Manchester to address these serious health and safety issues as well as accessibility issues?
Well, I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman for raising the matter. I think disability access to our stations is very important. That's why the Department of Transport have invested millions of pounds in our rail infrastructure up and down the country. He'll have the opportunity in September at Transport Questions to raise that again. I think Transport Questions on the 15th of September. But I know from my own constituency there are a number of challenges with railway stations that do need improvements to allow disability access.
Deirdre Brock.
Deputy Speaker. Open Democracy tells us 18 ministers have refused to publish official diaries of the meetings they held during the pandemic, and those include those of the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister. Yet the new Chancellor tells us we'll see evidence and transparency from the ministerial team and the Prime Minister in the future. Can we have a statement about the importance of the government ensuring evidence and transparency in governmental business, that government ministers' diaries are made available to the public for scrutiny, and also that distinctions between official, political and personal meetings are properly defined for the future?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady will be aware that there are very strict rules around these sorts of declarations. I don't think it is possible to publish diaries of all ministers. There are security implications in publishing specific diary engagements on a regular basis, particularly for some ministers that have security briefs. But there are very strict rules around what should be declared and the timelines of when they should be declared.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, it's the end of days for this Prime Minister. It's also the end of days for this parliamentary session before summer recess. The Leader of the House might not have seen the Leader of the Opposition interview the BBC this morning, where he said if the Conservative Party don't get rid of the Prime Minister shortly, Labour will, in the national interest, bring a no-confidence vote because this can't go on. Will the Leader of the House guarantee that the 21st of July will be the last day of this session, or will he try and bring that forward to avoid such a vote?
Yeah.
The House.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've announced the business for the next 2 weeks. The House will rise on the 21st of July. We await the Prime Minister's statement this afternoon. I'm not about to preempt what he may or may not say, but I can assure the honourable gentleman that the functions of government continue and will continue to move forward.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The PCS Union are opposing the closure of Toxteth Job Centre in my Liverpool Riverside constituency, along with other centres nationally, and also challenging the proposed 91,000 job cuts across the wider civil service and the attacks on pay terms and conditions across government departments. Will the Leader of the House grant an urgent debate in government time so we can scrutinise government plans to negotiate with PCS to avoid centre closures and attacks on pay and conditions?
Well, of course, the Honourable Lady is perfectly at liberty to apply for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate on that matter. I think it is worth recognising that there is huge global inflationary pressure, and we must, as a government, act responsibly with fiscal responsibility to make sure that we do not add to that inflationary pressure, and that is going to require some pay restraint across the country.
Barry Gardner.
Last week, I raised at Business Question the issue of redundancies in the Royal Mail. And I want to apologise to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I said there were 1,400 agreed redundancies and 900 that were in dispute. I believe I may have inadvertently misled the House in that the actual figures are 1,250 redundancies at Royal Mail that were achieved and 542 that are in dispute. The Leader of the House was good enough last week to say that he would raise the matter of the disruption to service with the Secretary of State for Business, who I understand is still in his post. Has he done so? And if so, are we going to get the urgent statement from the Business Secretary about the disruption that is currently happening to postal services across the country?
Leader of the House.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The direct answer is yes, I have written to the Secretary of State. I hope he will get a copy of that, if he's not already, of my letter in his inbox very soon. I know Royal Mail have also written to him, I think, directly, but I've not had a response yet from the Secretary of State. If I get one before he does, then I shall forward it to him.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Greater than the crisis in Downing Street is the crisis we're seeing currently in the Donbass and across Ukraine. However, the Prime Minister remaining in office is playing into Putin's hands and undermining President Zelensky. So will he convey my concern and that of many other members to the Prime Minister that he can't continue in office if he wants to support the people of Ukraine and therefore bring a statement to this House about the impact of his behaviours on our foreign policy?
Leader of the House.
Well, I gently say to the honourable, number one, we await the Prime Minister's statement this afternoon. I don't want to preempt what he may or may not say, but I think most people in the country would recognise that the Prime Minister has been the leading voice in taking the fight back to Putin and supporting Ukraine in the world. He's shown great global leadership on this matter, and if it wasn't for this Prime Minister and his efforts, Russia would now be in Kiev and I think probably across the whole of Ukraine.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Yazidi Justice Committee published their report entitled State Responsibility and the Genocide of the Yazidis. Murder and mutilation of women, families, lives destroyed forever. It is undoubtedly, Mr Deputy Speaker, difficult reading. This report highlighted the duty of governments to prevent genocide occurring when a high risk has been identified. Given the situation in Afghanistan and the current threats to the Hazaras, I believe it's time to debate approaches on how the United Kingdom can help prevent future genocides. I ask the Leader of the House, I do it every week because I believe these are important issues to raise in this House. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on this very, very important matter? Thank you so much.
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I've not had the opportunity to read the report. It does sound quite a harrowing report to read. He is a true champion of religious freedom around the world, but it's something that the government does take very seriously. I shall make sure I pass on his comments to the Foreign Secretary, who I know shares his level of concern about the terrible actions around the world that some states commit.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Since my election, I've been campaigning on the issue of ambulance response times in Shropshire, and as a result of that campaign, local health leaders have been preparing for a visit from the Minister in the coming weeks to see how they've been doing to improve that situation. My understanding is that the Minister resigned yesterday evening, and so now that visit is on hold or postponed or maybe even cancelled. I'd like to ask the Leader of the House if he can bring a debate in government time on the national ambulance situation, because people are dying avoidable deaths, not only in North Shropshire but across the House, and it's time we saw the government get a grip of this across the whole country.
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable lady will have the opportunity at Health Questions on the 19th of July to question Secretary of State directly, but I hope she will recognise the huge investment that's been put into our health services up and down the country by this government. Ambulance waiting times are something that I know the government is working hard to improve on and to support her constituents and those across the whole of Shropshire.
Before I do that, can I thank the Leader of the House for his statement today. on what has clearly been a very busy day for him and responding to questions for over 3/4 of an hour. So thank you very much. Point of order, Angela Eagle.
Point of order. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've had two statements today where ministers have come to the dispatch box and told us that they have no knowledge of the things they're meant to be answering UQs on. This is completely undermining the point of having UQs. Certainly, Mr Speaker, when I was a government minister, we wouldn't have thought of coming into the House of Commons and merely saying, oh, I don't know, nobody's told me, I don't know what the information is. Could I ask you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that the Chair doesn't have any say on the content of ministerial responses, but this does seem to be a sinking of standards to such an extent that it's causing UQs to become a laughingstock, and this cannot surely be right for accountability of government ministers to this place.
I'd like to thank Dame Angela for her point of order, and as she has stated, it's not the responsibility of the Chair for either the contents of responses or indeed who gives that response. I suspect the only thing I can say is we live in interesting and exceptional times over the last 48 hours, but I'm sure the Treasury bench will have heard exactly what she has said and will get that through to the relevant government departments. Thank you very much. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates Bill, second reading.
Now. Minister to move formally. The question is that the bill be now ready second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. You know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That being decided, the question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the backbench motion on economic crime, law enforcement resourcing, and I call Kevin Hollenrake to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to the Backbench Business Committee for granting this very important debate. And my honourable friend, the member for Barking, who is also working very closely with us together on this particular issue. Too often in this place we talk lots about legislation and not often enough about implementation. And if you look at the motion itself, the economic crime cost the UK economy at least 290 billion a year, and probably a lot more than that. A lot more than that. Our agencies are significantly under-resourced and very fragmented. And I'd like to say that things are going to get better. Actually, I think they're going to get much worse. And that's not being a criticism of the government or any of our agencies, although there are criticisms to be levelled. But the reality is things are moving so quickly in this space, in the ability of organised criminals to move money around, and these are people who deal drugs, these are people who traffic people across continents, these are people who fund terrorism, these are people who steal assets from foreign jurisdictions and foreign nations. I mean, it's just set out an example of how easy this is becoming. And these are all the same instances of running through one platform. A hackers group called Lazarus, which is actually effectively a state-funded agency for North Korea, which funds the North Korean weapons programme. Hydra, which is a dark net drug dealing network. Grand Effects, which is run by organised criminals. Russian government agencies. The thing they have all got in common is they used a crypto exchange platform called Binance, run by a guy, set up by a guy called Chen Peng Zhao. Between 2017 and 2021, this is an investigation by Reuters about how those organisations used Binance to move money around, totally anonymously. Now, this at the point up till 2021 was regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, but still, that crypto exchange, which bitcoins and lots of other currencies through that exchange,
of our backbench MPs that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom. And if we can do that in this country, we will be the most prosperous in Europe. And in the last few days, I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much, and when we have such a vast mandate, and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can. And to you, the British public, I know that there will be many people who are relieved, and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks. I want to thank Carrie and our children and all the members of my family who had to put up with so much for so long. I want to thank the peerless British civil service for all the help and support that you have given our police, our emergency services, and of course our fantastic NHS, who at critical moment helped to extend my own period in office, as well as our armed services and our agencies that are so admired around the world, and our indefatigable Conservative Party members and supporters, whose selfless campaigning makes our democracy possible. I want to thank the wonderful staff here at Chequers, here at Number 10, and of course at Chequers, and our fantastic prop force detectives, the one group, by the way, who never leak. Above all, I want to thank you, the British public, for for the immense privilege that you have given me. And I want you to know that from now on until the new Prime Minister is in place, your interests will be served and the government of the country will be carried on. Being Prime Minister is an education in itself. I've travelled to every part of the United Kingdom, and in addition to the beauty of our natural world, I've found so many people possessed of such boundless British originality and so willing to tackle old problems in new ways that I know that even if things can sometimes seem dark now, our future together is golden. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you want again?
министров, и самое главное, нет ответа на вопрос, что будет следующим.
That Oxford Conservative MPs and others think is appropriate in the circumstances, appropriate for a Prime Minister whose integrity and honesty has been questioned repeatedly, and is a big reason as to why the political world is in the state that it is in today, with this change of party leader and Prime Minister in the office. Our correspondent Nick
Основательно потрепанный с огромного числа отставок, большого числа отставок министров, и нет ответа на самый главный вопрос, кто будет главой правительства, нет ответа на ключевой вопрос, кто будет главой правительства после него. Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис не завершен. Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис пока не завершен. Из-за отставок министров потрепан нет основательно потрепан многочисленных. Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис пока не завершен. Кабинет основательно потрепан из-за многочисленных отставок министров. И нет ответа на ключевой вопрос, кто будет главой правительства после него. Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но политический кризис, связанный с его... Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис пока не завершен. Кабинет основательно потрепан из-за многочисленных отставок министра. Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис пока не завершен. Кабинет основательно потрепан из-за многочисленных отставок министров. И самое главное, нет ответа на ключевой вопрос, кто станет председателем правительства.
Political stardust, who delivered that incredible stonking majority for his party, has now been forced out by his own party. Politics moves extremely quickly here. I think it'll move quickly over the next few hours as well. We're going to be talking about who next rather than Boris Johnson.
Indeed, that is absolutely right, and yet we're still talking about...
Сейчас зовет не завершен политический кризис, кризис не завершен. Кабинет основательно потрепан из-за многочисленных отставок министров. И нет ответа на ключевой вопрос, кто будет главой правительства.
Blaming a herd instinct among his own colleagues for his demise.
Борис Джонсон заявил о своей отставке, но связанный с ним политический кризис пока не завершен. Кабинет основательно потрепан из-за многочисленных отставок министров. И нет ответа на ключевой вопрос, кто будет главой правительства после него.
Just want to go away and sit in the dark room for a while, just let this process play out over the next few weeks and months and try and allow the party to move on without any more bloodletting. But Boris Johnson is no longer in control. He's in power in the sense that he still grips behind that door, but he doesn't control his party. There's a cobbled together cabinet that is not the people who wanted to be in those big jobs that govern important parts of our lives, like education, Wales, like Northern Ireland, like levelling up, jobs that really matter. Boris Johnson has had to find take them rather than he wanted to put in them. So the next few hours of it will still be pretty rocky for the Prime Minister, but he's on his way out soon, potential change.
Nick there with his latest thoughts. Thirdly, our correspondent. Let's go straight to the Green outside Parliament and talk to the SNP Member of Parliament, Boris Johnson, who is the party's shadow finance spokesman. Just thanks very much for joining us. We heard from the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, earlier, talking about the chaos, as she called it, in Downing Street and at Westminster, but that ultimately the Conservative Party's attitude to Scotland and the ambitions of the Scottish Government for independence and a new referendum, that, she said, would not change. Now, do you think that is true regardless of the range of characters who could be in line to succeed Boris Johnson? Do you expect the party's approach to Scotland to be the same, whoever gets it? What are your thoughts on the Prime Minister's plans to stay in power until probably, the first week maybe of October in the party conference season, until there's a new Conservative leader in place? So resigning as Conservative leader but hanging on as Prime Minister until then, because he says, well, at least his supporters say, it's all about the functioning of government, it's all about continuity and all the rest of it. What is the SNP's approach to that? Well, no sign of removal bans, Richard, I've got to say to you, and I'm here with Nick Eardley, we're keeping an eye out for all kinds of things. And that's, of course, because Boris Johnson doesn't intend to move out quite yet, as you know. One more point, if I may, Richard, this is on policy again. When the Scottish Government is dealing with such big policy issues, including the exchange of views on, a possible referendum, I know there was a formal response to it, and that didn't thrive. But how does it change dynamics of how the Scottish Government talks to the UK Government, the Westminster Government, at a time like this? Does it function as usual with officials, or does this kind of process of term politics affect all kinds of contacts and decision making? Richard, good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Boris Johnson there from the Scottish National Party. Well, I was telling you earlier that we had the statement of Boris Johnson, and that followed quite a few announcements from Number 10, which had kind of been drip-fed through the morning on new ministerial appointments, because, as I was explaining, we've had probably announcements on 50 people leaving the government in different capacities over the last few days. And a few of those are in cabinet, of course, with Sajid Javid and Rishi Sunak, and then there was the sacking of Michael Gove by Boris Johnson late last night. So let's start then with some of these appointments that have been made today. And James Cleverly, who is an old ally of the Prime Minister from his days as Mayor of London. Mr. Cleverly was there at County Hall at the time, at City Hall at the time of his period as Mayor. He's now the new Education Secretary, replacing two people actually, Nadeem Zahawi and of course his successor, who actually just spent 2 days in the post. So James Cleverly is Education Secretary, moving from his previous post, and Greg Clark, a former business secretary of the Theresa May. There he is. He is now the new levelling up secretary, who is replacing Michael Gove, who was sacked. Another Johnson ally from the old days as Mayor of London, Kit Malthouse. He is now Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. That's the most senior minister in the Cabinet Office, and that's a bit of a mover and shaker job, somebody who operates behind the scenes and does so in a way which kind of draws together lots of Whitehall departments. It's a very influential post. And then we have Shailesh Vara, another Conservative MP, now appointed Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. So some of the key appointments there. And we're told that Mr Johnson has completed the appointments of a full replacement cabinet, so we'll update you when we get the other names, but those are the main changes for you. Let's bring in Nick again, Nick Erdley. What is the series of appointments tell us? I mentioned the fact that the Johnson loyalist, which is not but is this a cabinet which has the makings of being able to last 2 or 3 months, or what do you make of it?
I think it's going to struggle. I think parts of it are members of the Conservative Party who've been prepared to go out and back for the Prime Minister in the past, and people who come on the cameras and say they're sticking by the PM. It isn't the habit that Boris Johnson wanted to be. It's the one that he's been forced to put together because so many people left. 3 education secretaries this week alone. That's unprecedented in politics. But remember, there are 20 plus union ministerial jobs as well. And part of my calculation that was made about 10 is that Boris Johnson hadn't been forced, he hadn't decided it was time to go, then he would have struggled to fill those jobs. Never mind the ministerial aids further down the ladder that also need to be filled. So it's not Boris Johnson's duty, it's a team that Boris Johnson could cobble together to get himself over the line today. Still all those junior ministerial jobs to close up.
Let's bring in Conservative MP and Minister for London, Paul Scully. Paul, I'm not being facetious. You're still in the job, yes? Okay, that's understood. I'm just wondering at this point what you make of the announcement that the Prime Minister made earlier, the statement. First of all, of course, the fact that he's decided to stand down, and then secondly, that he thinks it's the right thing to stay on until a successor has been appointed. Now, some of your colleagues are not comfortable with that. What is your message to viewers today? I'm just wondering, Paul, how you think lots of that work can be achieved under a Prime Minister who's clearly very damaged and who's lost the confidence of most of his colleagues. And lots of voters seem to be saying the same thing. It's a question about performance, really, and about ability to do the job, given what we now know, and given that we now know he's leaving. How confident really are you that government can be efficient in the meantime? Final point, Paul, and it's one that lots of MPs have been asked yesterday and today. Given what's happened and given what's emerged about the Prime Minister and some of the decisions he's made, do you now regret the fact that you've supported him in the past? Paul, good to talk to you again. Thank you very much for joining us. Paul Scully there, the Conservative MP, and still the Minister for London, and explaining why he's remained in post when so many others haven't. So, it's been a rather momentous day so far in Downing Street. We've had Boris Johnson confirming that he is standing down as leader of the Conservative Party, but not yet as Prime Minister, because he wants to stay on as Prime Minister for a few months while a new leader is elected, and as we now know, that is a matter of some debate and some controversy. Now, we had the statement from the Prime Minister here in Downing Street about an hour and a half ago, and that was a statement in which he made plain that it was because of a herd instinct, as he put it, among Conservative MPs, that he was being forced from office. And the tone, the content, again, split and divided opinions. Let's listen. There's a chunk of this. I say news coming up, Peter coming up, and then, yeah. What's number 10? Why the age? What's it? I don't believe it. We've got something else. I got one. Could you check the WhatsApp? Sorry, say again, Chris. I don't know that I don't know, I have no idea. So are we saying goodbye on BBC One? Right. Fine, no problem. Fine, no problem. So, my count me to last word but on one, but that's for everyone, yes? Yeah. Fine. Are you running some titles then? Or are you running something else? And then Gita will be in. Fine, good stuff.
So I'm going to help you get so you're going to so I'm just going to let you you're going to put your line on. You can just bring that back there once it's Hugh aware that I'm about to start roping. And you're going to start broken, yeah? It's fine. 2 minutes. Prime Minister Boris Johnson tried to strike a positive note at the end of that statement, where in fact he was announcing the end of his party leadership and the end of his time as Prime Minister in a few months' time. But of course, the precise timescale for Mr Johnson's departure from Downing Street is still a matter of debate today. There's still a debate as well about the nature of the statement and whether he does in fact acknowledge the reasons why so many of his colleagues have deserted him in recent days. But he's still intending to govern, albeit within a more constrained way, over the next few
few weeks and months. To those of you watching on BBC One, I'm going to wish you a very good afternoon, and we'll see you later in the day. To those of you watching on the BBC News Channel and on BBC World, our coverage will continue on this political drama with Geeta Gurumurthy. But from all of us here, it's goodbye.
Guys, thank you all very much. Thank you.
I'm here. You just talk to me, just get me. I'm ready. I can switch key. Hello, I'm Geeta Gurumurthy with BBC News at Downing Street. Boris Johnson resigns as the leader of the Conservative Party. In a statement outside Downing Street, he said he was proud of his achievements, but it was now clearly the will of Tory MPs that he stand down.
An hour and a half ago, Boris Johnson walked out the door behind us and resigned as leader of the Conservative Party. He stepped down as Prime Minister with a new leader as chosen. Well, overnight, it seemed he was not prepared to stand down.
The announcement came after more senior resignations and declarations of no confidence came from his MPs. The Prime Minister appoints a new cabinet, but the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says he must step down immediately. He will try to bring a no confidence vote in Parliament. Good afternoon from Downing Street, where just a few hours ago Boris Johnson resigned as Conservative leader. In a statement watched by his family and number 10 staff, Mr Johnson admitted it was clearly now the will of Conservative MPs that he stand down. Let's remind ourselves of some of the key points from Boris Johnson's statement. He plans to stay in Downing Street until a new Tory leader is elected to replace him as Prime Minister. Timetables and process to choose a new Prime Minister will be announced next week. And shortly before Mr Johnson took to the podium to make his statement, he began appointing a cabinet to serve until a new leader is in place. Well, among those new appointments, Greg Clark has been named News Levelling Up Secretary and James Cleverly as Education Secretary. Robert Buckland returns to the cabinet as Wales Secretary. Some that have stayed loyal to the Prime Minister during the wave of resignations have shown their support for his decision to stand down. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss tweeted, "The Prime Minister has made the right decision. The government under Boris's leadership have many achievements, delivering Brexit, vaccines and battling Ukraine. We need calmness and unity now and to keep governing while a new leader is found." And from the opposition, Sir Keir Starmer has urged the Prime Minister not to cling on and to leave completely rather than remain until a replacement Conservative leader is found. Well, shortly after 12:30 this afternoon, Boris Johnson walked out of the door of number 10 to confirm that he will resign as Conservative Party leader. Let's listen to what he had to say. Sorry. Hi. Hadley, and then who? After Nick, who are we doing, sorry? Oh, Ian Watson. So I'm chatting to Nick and then throwing to Ian Watson, yeah? Boris Johnson there speaking just a short time ago. Well, with me is Nick Hadley, our political correspondent. Nick, I'm watching it. You were watching it. How would you sum up the mood there?
It's really interesting because down there Boris Johnson's team, ministers, his family, some of his allies have gathered, and they all looked pretty action-tense, pretty emotional about the whole thing. And it is remarkable to think that when I got here this morning, it's fine. Boris Johnson's plan was still to bring the red colour, but the steady stream of resignations that kept coming and the moves from Harrow meant that he was forced out. And you got the impression from that speech that he felt really hard done by it. He talked about the Tory herd, saying when it moves, it moves. He talked about only being a few points behind in the polls. Clearly, he still thinks he could win back an election for the Conservative Party, or win an election for the Conservative Party and win back support. So, Boris Johnson is going still defiant, still thinking that his party has made the wrong decision. That's not gone down well with everybody, and there will still be this debate over the next few hours, I think, about whether Boris Johnson can stay as he wants to until a new leader is elected, probably in September. But Gita, it brings to an end one of the most extraordinary and turbulent premierships. We stood here 2.5 years ago when Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. He was master of all he surveyed for, just won the stonking majority in the general election. He was getting his Brexit deal through Parliament. His party worshipped him for that election result. Since then, there's just been this drip, 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 scandal, misstep, political miscalculation, and many people would argue mistruths, and in some cases, some would say lies from the number 10 machine. And here we are today, Boris Johnson forced out by his own party.
Thanks very much indeed. But now, let's cross now to Central Lobby. Ian Watson is there.
going to be honest with them, like before that, people going in. It would be good to have somebody offer. Yeah, it'd be good to have a poll call. I don't know, and I can shout at them as they're going in.
Boris resigned following such a turbulent period. Scandal after scandal, we now face corrections and questions down live.
Henry Zaplin's tweeted it. We'll try and get it out. Ian, for now, thanks very much indeed. Well, we're just seeing on Twitter that the former Conservative Prime Minister John Major has warned against Boris Johnson being allowed to remain in office until autumn. Just to read you out a little bit of what he's said. The proposal for the Prime Minister to remain in office for up to 3 months, having lost the support of his cabinet, his government and his parliamentary party, is unwise and maybe unsustainable. So John Major says, in such a circumstance, the Prime Minister maintains the power of patronage and, of even greater concern, powers to make decisions which will affect the lives of those within the 4 nations of the United Kingdom and further afield. Some will argue that his new cabinet will restrain him. I merely note that his previous cabinet did not or could not do so. For the overall well-being of the country, Mr Johnson should not remain in Downing Street when he is unable to command the confidence of the House of Commons for any longer than necessary to effect the smooth transition of government. So, Sir John Major, another major voice of criticism, writing to the 1922 committee, the backbench committee, urging them to ensure that Boris Johnson leaves office as soon as possible. And there's obviously been a great deal of concern about the events of the last 20 years, in particular, adding to the concerns about what happens with the domestics. Well, the final endgame for Boris Johnson began earlier this year when the former Health Secretary Sajid Javid and the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak resigned. That opened the floodgates. Since then, a succession of ministers and aides forced their support, including in a devastating blow Nadine Zahawi, who this morning withdrew his support for the Prime Minister just 2 days after being made Chancellor. Jonathan Blake has a story of this dramatic moment. Yeah. Can you?
What you
find out when he's
sending it to cheers. All good.
Of course, attention will now turn to the question of who will succeed Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. That process of selecting a new Conservative leader effectively begins now, and the timetable will be decided by the leadership of the 1922 Committee of Backbench Conservative MPs. The rules as they stand today is that any candidate needs the support of 8 Conservative MPs to take part. There follows a series of votes to leave just 2 candidates. Then all members of the Conservative Party across the country, not just MPs, will decide the winner. Well, I'm joined now by Andrew Arthur Davis, leader of the Welsh Conservatives. Thanks very much for joining us. Who do you think should lead the Conservative Party next? Are all current members of the Cabinet and previous members of the Cabinet effectively ruled out because they backed Boris Johnson after all the scandals of recent months?
What is that?
All I'm thinking is we don't need governments involved in the plan. So I'm assuming we all park down towards Smith's Way.
I'm assuming on terrace.
You could have a little frown by having a green.
You're not going to
I've had a little walk with this fellow. These things together. People do that to you. So, microwave was strong that way.
Okay.
Give it half an hour.
Where's the fire?
I actually the cabinet office entrance. She's outside anyway. So why don't you use it? I mean, do whatever you need to do. Then give it the old. Sorry, I'm old. Going well. That's nice.
What's age?
Good dinner, Steve.
But how can any member of the public have any faith in any member of the current government, given they have backed Boris Johnson in the face of huge criticism about his honesty and integrity, and they have only now, under enormous pressure, moved against him?
Yeah, I'm sure it's, well, you potentially get the guns to use fire. You are going to start getting people falling.
This will be going on around it. Nothing going on. And all that will be, this will become a sideshow.
What you're saying, by the way, about things like there's nowhere near this except for
So John Major says it is unwise, unsustainable for Boris Johnson to stay until the autumn, given the power that this great office wields nationally and internationally, and given the lack of judgment, as many people see it, of Boris Johnson, especially in the last 24 hours. That is obviously true. Boris Johnson should not be allowed to remain in office until the autumn.
I think I might get you got one.
He's into antiques earlier.
Well, you know, Mark's a Alabama's girlfriend. He's only a little bit older.
Right, okay.
You understand you're
I'm happy to. I tell you,
anyone else?
Why have Conservatives in leadership positions only in the last 48 hours moved against the Prime Minister? Just that shows the opposition saying the full Conservative Party has now been corrupted.
When you just look at it, there's a couple of paragraphs on it.
I'm further away from Frank as well.
What?
Was? Oder?
No.
Nichts.
Phil, I need you to tell me.
Nee, speak to me. Es tut mir leid. Nee, ich habe the fucking Spanish. I know what I should be doing. M6, north, those baby horses. Yeah, go on.
Just briefly, who do you think, in terms of the debate, is on the right side, and where do you think the key questions are for people such as yourself now, choosing the next Tory leader? Is it about low tax? Is it about more public spending? And which side of the debate on that are you? But tax cuts, do we need tax cuts? Tax cuts seems to be, one issue that many are talking about.
She said, was it you on the team?
Okay, Andrew Artie Davis, many thanks to you for your time today, much appreciated. Well, let us get some reaction now from Chichester to Cheltenham and our correspondent Andrew.
There are more than 2 men in the world that have this kind of design.
I thought you were going to do a couple of people.
Lower heads, the upside down head.
So you can do all this again in October when he goes.
Before
September. Is it going to be a big? He's going to come out and do it again. Speak again.
Well, they'll do all with carries.
So say again, Fiona Trott.
And then you get the beautiful part of Ben Wallace trying to hold the low detention.
What's it, 20 minutes? 20 minutes
Hello.
to walk up the street?
It's all a play. It's all a calculation. That way you
Darlington.
camera crews here, sorry, don't get too comfortable, I'll probably be done. Sorry, I'd get another spot. Yeah, I would get another spot. I might have to clear that in a minute.
Thank you very much indeed. Our correspondent Fiona Trott is in Darlington for us. Let's get a sense of the reaction there. Fiona, what's been in Darlington? What is your reaction at all to the dramatic events of this morning?
Well, can I squeeze in like with there? Okay, I'm going to squeeze in.
It's obviously a big day, but obviously the Labour Party has talked about potentially trying to bring voters in Parliament itself if Boris Johnson is allowed by the Conservatives to stay in Downing until October. Is that passing my back to the
No, that's right. You go to the
trigger an election, of course. I'm not saying you go in. She give it, President. She give it. That backfire into somebody makes a speech on the street, not like Boris Johnson.
Yeah, what happened?
Let's go back now to my colleague Ian. What's the news in Central Lobby? Ian.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Yeah, not yet.
Are we doing Katy Perry next? And then after her?
Sorry, Bobby, do you know when they're going to start coming through? So I've got to reset. Yeah, we'll be done that. Just to be clear, he said it's not going to come through till 3, so we should be alright.
Boris Johnson walked out of the door behind us here and resigned as leader of the Conservative step down as Prime Minister when a new leader is chosen. Overnight, it seemed he was not prepared to stand down. Another wave of resignations began first thing and finally proved too much. In total, there have been more than 50 resignations. This is what he said here outside number 10.
Should the Prime Minister leave now?
Nadeem Zahawi has... And Nadeem Zahawi, Ian, has literally just walked into Downing Street. I think he managed to show you those pictures. He was driven in and just walked in to number 10 behind me. Didn't say anything despite some questions being thrown again. I'm joined now by Katie Perrier, who worked as a political advisor at number 10 with Theresa May and Boris Johnson, who was mayor of London. Katie Perrier, your overall reaction to the events of the day? Do you think Boris Johnson should be allowed to stay whilst that process goes on, or should somebody else like Dominic Raab be brought in whilst the Conservatives make up their mind? Sir John Major, as you all know, has written to the 1922 committee saying he thinks it is unwise and unsustainable to allow Boris Johnson to remain in office whilst the process goes on. Do you agree with that very direct call for him, for Boris Johnson to be forced out of Downing Street as soon as possible?
too high. That's fine.
It's wider than that, isn't it? I mean, some people are concerned, frankly, about the stability, the state of mind of the Prime Minister, given his refusal to budge until he was, effectively overwhelmingly forced to. He's lost so many ministers. He doesn't have a functioning government now. Is it not incumbent on Conservatives to make sure that whoever is in charge of the country, for now at least, is someone who can command public trust and authority?
We've heard an intervention from Sir John Major in the last few months. It's a view that you share, I believe, that he should not be staying here as Prime Minister. Just to expand on that for me, and what do you think of that?
Who would you back for the leader, and who do you think the key candidates are going to be?
Feel free to know. Yeah, I think what I'm not going now, I'll start with Roy. I can guarantee you
change through, given the levels of opposition that we've witnessed just in the last...
The Labour Party say that the Labour Party are...
Is it okay taking the government, Mr. Dudridge?
James Dudridge just walking into Downing Street. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry. Sorry, James Dudridge just walking into Downing Street there. Obviously, he's supporter of Boris Johnson, we did speak to live earlier. Sorry about that. Katie, should Boris Johnson be forced out immediately, Minister?
Johnson's plan, unwise and unsustainable.
Should Boris Johnson leave today? Alistair Jack walking in there, the Scotland Secretary, and no comment there as a cabinet meeting is due to start at 3 o'clock. Katie, sorry to keep interrupting, as you know, we're just seeing all the arrivals of people coming in, very quickly coming in. I mean, what do you make of the fact that Boris Johnson did assemble the new cabinet is trying to recruit still? Is that him trying to show that he can? Is that fair?
Thank you very much indeed for your time this lunchtime. We're going to take you straight over to...
Congratulations.
Katie, just to interrupt you, sorry. Greg Clark, shouldn't Boris Johnson be forced to step down today? Don't you want a caretaker Prime Minister? Greg Clark. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm sorry to keep shouting over the top of you. I hope you don't mind. Greg Clark just walking in there, obviously. We're getting more and more arrivals to see this new brought in. The drama is going to continue psychodynamic. And that's very damaging for Conservatives. Okay, don't the Tories actually need? Don't the Tories need a commission? Come up with any new ways that are both damaged.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Boris Johnson is on today. Sorry, Katie. Sorry. Thank you so much for... Sorry, Katie. I'm just going to pull away. Please, sorry, Katie Perry, thank you very much.
Is Boris Johnson's plan unwise?
And of course, that cabinet meeting is coming up with
I think I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you regret supporting Boris Johnson?
Don't you need a cabinet for Prime Minister? Nadine Dorr is, of course, one of Boris Johnson's biggest, most prominent and loudest on Twitter supporters, going in, smiling, not saying too much, and the mayor are
Yeah, he's a new one.
Ian, have you heard that?
Can I stand back in for a minute?
Sorry, I'm going to get in your way. Actually, I'm going to get in everyone's way.
Where do you want to go?
Sort of normal procedure for a cabinet meeting in the least normal day in British politics that most of us can know.
Yeah, look, it is the start of a new era. The Prime Minister is now a caretaker Prime Minister, and this is the caretaker cabinet. Most of the people going in there know that they may not have a job in 2 weeks or a month, depending on who takes over. The Tory party now has to do a lot of soul searching about what is the quality they are looking for the new leader. Now, he's not going to be is somebody they
Ian, just as another cabinet arrival, Simon Clark is in. Mr. Clark, should there be a caretaker Prime Minister? No response at all, I'm afraid. Simon Clark was and Ian, just to pick up on the Zahawi, he's sort of careered all over the place here just in the last 24 hours. Accepting
winning seats in the minister just to make sure this is far
time was up and time to Is that too much manoeuvring? And it seems lack of judgment, because it seems all rather canny and wrong.
But also, almost liberals are not so good for red water our leader. And it's not too clear which of the candidates has that.
We should talk briefly about the intervention by Sir John Major.
Yes.
I mean, well-being of the country.
Which is I don't think that they are going to discard it and take advice. They should not forget this. It's still a breakfast on many Tory MPs hate it and remain. They're not going to for him. The issues he raised are being raised also by the
Okay, well, thank you for all of your guidance and insight. Since we've been on there with this special programme, and that is where we will leave it for the time being, on a truly historic day here at Downing Street as Boris Johnson resigns as leader of the Conservative Party. At 12:30, he walked out in the door of number 10 to tell the country that he has become what had become almost inevitable after a wave of resignations in the last 24 hours.
Mr. Prime Minister now. Should Boris Johnson leave Downing Street today?
Should the Prime Minister leave now?
James Connolly then into Downing Street. No comment at all. Some of them looking steely-faced. Obviously.
Until the autumn, when a new leader is chosen, whether his allow him to do this remains to be seen. Will Mary be back now here at 6:30 BBC News, and Tom will be back next from all of us here at Downing Street. Good afternoon.
Found there's pressure on him to go sooner. Let's hear the resignation statement again. Thank you. And is everything here? Am I finished with Phoebe?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. How are you? Delighted to see you. Thank you. And where are you?
At least 2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thanks Thanks very much indeed. I didn't know that
No, I'm out. I'm going. Yeah, Warren's taking it.
Do you regret what happened today? Are you sad that Boris Johnson had to resign or pleased he's going?
Folks, I'm going to need you to move again, please. Got other big vehicles coming through. Cheers.
Is there a WhatsApp group?
Sarge, could you send another one down? Okay.
Hello, yeah, hi there. I think I'm on it. Thanks, guys. I'll probably see you at... See you? Carry yourself away. Thanks, mate. I haven't got all the place, no. I haven't got all the Yeah, have we confirmed that?
Do we have a caretaker Prime Minister?
Okay. He's not running to be leader. Well, that doesn't work. That can't be right.
Do you regret standing by the Prime Minister for so long?
Ready, one coming.
Hello, good afternoon. You're watching BBC News live from Downing Street with me, Ben Brown. Our headlines at 3 o'clock. Boris Johnson resigns as the leader of the Conservative Party. In a statement outside Downing Street, he said he was proud of his achievements, but he is bowing to pressure to go.
She's already put her hat in the ring to be one of the...
While Boris Johnson's statement here in Downing Street came after more senior resignations and declarations of no confidence came from his own MPs. Sir John Major, former Prime Minister, is warning it would be unwise for Boris Johnson to stay in Downing Street until a new successor is elected. The Prime Minister appoints a new cabinet, which is meeting right now, but Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer says he must step down immediately, or he'll try to bring a vote of no confidence in Parliament.
Good afternoon from Downing Street, where it's been a day of history and drama. We've seen so much drama over the decades. Just a few hours ago, Boris Johnson resigned as the leader of the Conservative Party. In a statement that was family here outside number 10 and staff from Downing Street, Mr. Johnson admitted it was clearly now the will of Conservative MPs that he should stand down. Let's remind ourselves of some of the key points from Boris Johnson's statement. He said that he plans to stay in Downing Street until a new Conservative leader has been elected to replace him as Prime Minister. That could take quite a few weeks. And the timetable for the process to choose a new party leader and therefore a new Prime Minister will be announced next week. Shortly before Mr. Johnson took to the podium outside number 10 to make that statement, he began appointing a cabinet, a new cabinet, to serve until a new leader is in place to replace him. Well, among those new appointments, Greg Clark has been named as the new Levelling Up Secretary and James Cleverly as the new Education Secretary. And Robert Buckland returns to the cabinet as Wales Secretary. Now, some who had stayed loyal to the Prime Minister during the wave of resignations that we have seen this week have shown their support for his decision to stand down. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss tweeted, "The Prime Minister has made the right decision. The government under Boris's leadership had many achievements, delivering Brexit, vaccines and backing Ukraine. We need calmness and unity now, and to keep governing while a new leader." And also, from the leader of the opposition, Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, he has urged the Prime Minister not to cling on and to leave completely, rather than to remain until a replacement Conservative leader is found. And the former Prime Minister, Sir John Major, the chairman of the Tory 1922 the backbench, why Boris Johnson to remain in office while he's suggested either an interim Prime Minister or the election process will be in the national interest. And in the last few minutes, it has been confirmed that the Deputy Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, will not be in the running to be the Conservative Party leader. We find out who the runners and riders will be, but Dominic will not be amongst them. Well, shortly after 12:30 this afternoon, Boris Johnson walked out of number 10 Downing Street, that famous door, and he confirmed that he is resigning as Conservative Party leader. Right now, what is happening in there is, as I say, a meeting of his new-look interim cabinet. But let's have a listen to what Boris Johnson had to say in that statement at lunchtime today. Who? Okay. Yeah. Who are you next? David Handel, former Secretary. Then was the brakes, said the Prime Minister,
as he also said he was giving up the best job in the world. The question is who is going to take over that best job in the world. Of course, it's far too early to say, but there are runners and riders emerging. We heard that Dominic Raab actually is not going to be running in the Conservative leadership contest. But we've also heard that Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary who resigned, of course, said he is seriously considering running, and he's talking to colleagues about it. Let's speak to David Mundell, former Scotland Secretary, and also the former Fisher, Clydesdale and Tweedale, who can talk to us now. Thanks very much for being with us. Well, you have said on Twitter that you're relieved about this decision. Just give us a bit more of a sense of what you thought when you watched Boris Johnson's statement at lunchtime today. Do you think the daily dramas has put them actually over? Because we still don't quite know really when he's in office as Prime Minister. He seems to be talking about staying in number 10 throughout the summer. Sir John Major, as we were reporting it, has said maybe there should be an interim Prime Minister or maybe a streamlined, quicker election process. Would you be in favour of either of those? And if so, who should be the interim Prime Minister or caretaker Prime Minister? Well, speaking of the caretaker, the cabinet, if you want to call it that, is meeting right now. I mean, are the members of that caretaker cabinet, are they in any way tainted by being in it, in terms of potentially being the next leader? And by the way, who would you want to be the next leader? Since then, events from his point of view really spiralled. They began when the former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, and the former Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, resigned within just a couple of minutes of each other. That opened the floodgates. And since then, a whole succession of ministers and ministerial aides have all withdrawn their support from Boris Johnson, including, in a pretty devastating blow, Nadhim Zahawi, who this morning withdrew his support for the Prime Minister just 2 days after being made Chancellor with Jonathan Blake, as this report.
Yeah, you see that pretty much the motion of this year concerning the Prime Minister's theory.
Yeah, he's got in the office, mate. Cheers.
Maybe just a bit on the
Sorry? Oh yes, yes, sorry. I completely forgot about it.
Jeremy Hunter as well, the Defence Secretary, Greg Wallace, there are plenty of names to take over the Boris Johnson.
What's happening all those junior? Yeah. And the runners and riders will obviously be when we get
Oh, okay. So I'll talk through them. Is it
Can you tell me? When we get to the runners and riders, you've got floats of who and what order? And Jonathan joins me live now here in Downing Street, I'm pleased to say. Jonathan, let's just talk about the tone of that statement you did around 12:30. A lot of people are saying in way of apology or self-reflection about mistakes that have been made by the Prime Minister. And I think it's quite a lot of blame of other Tory MPs to talk about the herd, and when the herd moves, it moves.
It was quite a defiant speech, bordering on resentful.
perhaps, from the Prime Minister this afternoon. As you say, there was no apology, there was not much humility, there was no acceptance of the reasons which so many Conservative MPs have argued for a long time now that have made him unfit for office. He said, as you say, the herd had moved, and when it moves quickly. He said, I think it was eccentric to change the Prime Minister at this point when the country was facing huge challenges. He said he ran through his achievements as he saw it, getting the country through the pandemic, the vaccine rollout, and of course delivering on Brexit. But one MP I spoke to just a few minutes ago who had been trying to get rid of Boris Johnson for some time now, one of his staunch critics, and a relatively new MP in the party, said they weren't surprised at all, and it proves the reasons why they wanted Boris Johnson out. So whilst there is some anger at the style and tone of Boris Johnson's resignation speech this afternoon, there isn't too much surprise in the manner in which he's leaving office.
Now for now, we have this kind of caretaker government, don't we? We've got a meeting of the cabinet, the new cabinet is going on right now, and we watch the ministers arrive in. It's quite hard to keep up with who's in what position. We've had, 3 education secretaries in 3 or 4 days. But how long will Boris Johnson stay as Prime Minister? And how long do we have this caretaker government? Is that what we're going to do?
Well, that's the big question at the moment, Ben, and it's just not settled. The timetable for the leadership contest to choose someone to succeed Boris Johnson is not yet set. That will need to be agreed between the Prime Minister and Conservative backbenchers through Sir Graham Brady, the chair of the 1922 committee. And as we've heard, ever since Boris Johnson said this morning, we heard that Boris Johnson was going to resign. There are a lot of people who want that process done as quickly as possible within the party. That cabinet meeting will be bizarre, frankly. Half the people sat around the table were not long ago, last night, telling him that he needed to go, and there they are, still in their jobs. There are some new faces in the cabinet who have only just had the call and are now sitting around the table with the Prime Minister. What can they get done? Well, very little. The Prime Minister doesn't have now a political mandate from his party to lead them, to implement policies. So, this will be called a lame duck Prime Minister and lame duck cabinet, and there's not, frankly, very much they can do. And I think what we're seeing is attempts to keep the process to replace Boris Johnson if he is going to stay as Prime Minister, because I don't see him willing to hand over to somebody else in the interim while a new leader is chosen to make that process as quick as possible.
All right, Jonathan, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back with you, I'm sure, and Jonathan talking about the new cabinet, but of course more junior ministerial appointments haven't yet been made to replace all those people, those dozens and dozens of people who resigned. But in the meantime, let's just go to another of our political correspondents, Ian Watson, who's in the central lobby, the Palace of Westminster, and of course all of this drama is the talk of the tea rooms. Ian, over to you.
Oh yeah. I'll catch you tomorrow.
I can stick around. I don't need to go. I've got no. I'm the old person.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
No, not at all. No. Too late.
No, you can't do it. No. I'll knock on the door.
Pound operated 40 I'll be back. I'll get worried.
Yeah. You can go to Westminster Tube. It's 50p, but
Red Lion.
Are you allowed in? I thought you weren't allowed in.
Red Lion?
No, there's a customs zone. Oh, yeah. Sorry, say that again, Chris. Okay. Okay. Use your toe.
I can't see the bar because it's such an open field. I think anymore.
Over Liz Truss. I remember when Andrea Leadsom I watched the makeup went on to Mars. She was basically.
What's that?
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry for getting in your shot.
No, no.
Right.
That's all right. Chris Mason put a full arm in earlier. Oh, big pardon.
Oh. Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
Really? I think like you, I would say I think I can see them making them somewhere outside of the capital. But yeah, there's no clear, I don't think I just don't think they should do it now. I'm not sure we want to. I mean, I'm surprised that they don't make a local money.
I didn't realise it was you until Darren was shouting, and then I heard the other shout, and I was like, oh, and then I was like, that's
Ian, thank you very much indeed. That's Ian Watson there, our political correspondent. He mentioned Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, who many people have spoken as a potential leadership contender. He's been talking the last few minutes, so let's have a listen to what he's had to say. All right. They've just done a poll, haven't they? Is that of who? Tory party members? Right, and they say, oh, Ben Wallace was there for, yeah, I got it here. No, snap polling of 700 Conservative Party members, I think. No, I've read it on their website. It says 716 Tory party members. Anyway, that's fine.
Cheers, folks. Thank you very much.
Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, will he be the next Prime Minister? He's certainly being spoken of, possibly, potentially in those terms. In fact, he's come top of one poll, which was by YouGov of Conservative Party members. Let's talk to Patrick English, who's Associate Director of Political Research at YouGov, and just tell us what your polling of Tory Party members shows.
Del 3C from Del 1. I'll put a look at that. I just want to put a look at that if you could.
That's the party membership, obviously not necessarily the view of Conservative MPs, but I think what is interesting about this race potentially is there isn't really a clear front runner. I know your polling shows it's Ben Wallace, but there are a huge number of people being spoken of, and some of them not necessarily big household names, people like Tom Tugendhat, for example. Doing video. Now, I think you also did polling on whether Boris Johnson should stay in Downing Street. This is before his statement, of course, and it was pretty clear, I think, your findings that most people thought he should not, given weeks and months of various sagas, shall we say, that have gone on here in Downing Street. It's an extraordinary turn of events. You must think this as a pollster, because, you know, 2.5 years ago he got that massive majority. He was seen as a huge electoral asset for the Conservative Party. He was stardust. Everything he touched turned to gold, it seems. But how much difference 2.5 years made? Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for the YouGov perspective of all of this political turbulence. Well, what effect is this turbulence and turmoil having on business in the United Kingdom? We'll speak to Tony Dank, who is Director General of the employers' organisation CBI, which represents some 190,000 businesses. I guess, Tony, that uncertainty of this kind is not good for business.
Are you happy with the Prime Minister's exit plan?
But I suppose it's difficult for a kind of caretaker government, a caretaker Prime Minister, if that's what we're now calling Boris Johnson, to push through any big or dramatic changes when, you know, there might not be what the next Prime Minister actually wants or intends to do.
Where are your fruits today then? Hey?
Could you be the next Prime Minister?
How would you look back on the record of the Johnson government economically and from the point of view of business? Of course, for a long time they trumpeted that we had, you know, the best growth figures. Now, not so much. Tony Danker from the CBI, thank you very much indeed. And Cabinet is just starting to break up. We've had this new look Cabinet meeting from 3 o'clock. Rather strange. Jonathan Blake is here with me now, our political correspondent, and we just saw Dominic Raab actually striding now. It's a rather surreal kind of looking new Cabinet, isn't it?
It is. We've got some new faces around the Cabinet table. Some of them will be there, having not long had the call from the Prime Minister today to stand in to fill some of the gaping gaps left in Boris Johnson's government after that stream of resignations that has continued over the last couple of days. But as you say, Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister, coming out and responding to any of our questions about whether he is ready to take over should Boris Johnson bow to the demands from some of his MPs to not stay in power even in a caretaker capacity for any longer. George Eustace we've seen coming out, James Clover, the new Education Secretary, also saying nothing. So a relatively brief Cabinet meeting, half an hour or so. What can they talk about? What can they get done? Well, suddenly all the priorities of this government, the central levelling up policy which Boris Johnson has made a key plank of his agenda, having taken the UK out of the European Union. Well, what becomes of that now and all of his other
I'm sure you'll find out questions for the ministers as they leave, but the reality is...
Baptism of fire. Was that your copy?
There'll be a new Prime Minister.
No.
Her own new cabinet.
Yes, and they will perhaps keep some of these people in post, but want to... Can this cabinet get anything done, Ms. Boris?
One of the most bullish of the Prime Minister's supporters in the last few weeks and months. Even she couldn't save it.
No, and she was staunchly loyal to the last, as you say, was standing behind us over there in the street when the Prime Minister made his resignation speech earlier on, along with Jacob Rees-Mogg. I think that's probably just about it, but it's plenty right until the end. She stays in post, as do others around the cabinet table who weren't ready to defend the Prime Minister up until last night. Ron Chaps, the Transport Secretary, of course, still in post this morning. Nadine Zahawi, still in post, but urging the Prime Minister first thing this morning to go and go now. So it would have been awkward, apart from anything else, that cabinet meeting. Mr. Government!
Are you satisfied with this resignation?
She's one of the only, well, in fact, the only person to clearly declare their candidacy.
Going wide?
No, I just don't want to say no.
Doing credit?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not out of it? Walk round from there. Just walk round the corner.
To replace him all at once this morning. So she's going nowhere. Shanice Farah, is this a lame up cabinet?
Good afternoon. I've got some work to do and where we want to do it.
We have the young school task of nursing his government is still unresolved, and that is one of the big problems which his successor will have to grasp.
Jonathan, thank you
I do
very
find
much.
that strange how the new R ones are quite big.
Thank you for
I think the previous EF ones were a bit
the emerging members of
50,
this temporary cabinet. We can talk now to Nick Gibb, who's the former Conservative Education Minister. Nick, good to have you with us. What are your thoughts on how long Boris Johnson should remain behind that door behind me as Prime Minister?
Is it the same item? Power down, it's nice and going out. You can go home now.
sort of apology or self-reflection from Boris Johnson really about the mistakes that have been made in Downing Street that have really led to this moment?
I think we might have a couple. There might be a couple.
Yes. Carousel.
This is Alex just got to the car. It's Alex. Alex is Alex. Alex.
I found that now.
Alex.
It's very relevant. He had the shiniest legs in football, that man now. He used to run with the linen before. What's the lotion in the basket? Oh, yes, sir.
All right, Nick, thank you very much for your time. And the Prime Minister's landslide victory that we were talking about a few minutes ago in 2019 would not have been possible, of course, without the support of the so-called true blue Tory heartland. Now, Chichester in West Sussex is exactly one such place. Voters there have picked a Conservative MP at every single election since 1924. Most recently, Gillian Keegan, who won her seat in 2017. Well, our correspondent Duncan Kennedy has been gauging the mood of voters there today. So sorry, Mark, just scroll up a bit from Chichester to Cheltenham. What's the point of Cheltenham? Can you scroll up a bit? Right, but is he there for any particular reason? Oh. Let's go from Chichester to Cheltenham and get all the action from voters and talk to our correspondent Andrew Plant, who is the Cheltenham for this afternoon.
Hi guys, this is Alex from Downing Street. Yeah. Much more.